Can you guys hear me fine? Let me know if anyone's in here. What's up there, Brick? So just wanted to we'll just talk about this Charlie Kirk thing a little bit and whatever else, if anybody else wants to talk about any other topics. But I'm really starting to feel like this whole Charlie Kirk incident was fake. So I'll put this video on. Actually, let me put it up. I was already starting to doubt it. Yeah, I was already starting to doubt it. And I've seen several videos that made me question it more and more. And then this one is really brought up some good points. I'm actually working on a new video. I'll probably have it out Monday or Tuesday, where I'm making some other points as well.
Striped shirt,
big old.
I mean, he's smiling. He's acting like he just opened a Christmas present here.
And I want you to watch it. Okay, we're handing things off, but as we're handing things off, no blood. No one has any blood on their hands. So here's what I'm saying, Alex. I'm not trying to point fingers or conspiracies, but I want to know, why did nobody try to save his life? No one there is stopping the bleeding.
What do you mean? How do you fake something like that when he's clearly gone? How do you know he's clearly gone? Do you watch movies? Have you watched like violent movies before? There's multiple theories about the way he was supposedly shot. But then there are ways they can create an illusion. Anyways, you'll see some more of that on this video. Let's go ahead and play
it. Not one person put their fingers in Charlie Kirk's neck or their hands. This is
remember when you first came on 2 weeks ago, that's what all my security guys, they're all former special operations, they said the way they run around like they have something planned, but it's nothing they've ever seen. They don't know the hand signs. They're picking things up. And they said that what they see is premeditation, but they don't know what it is. And now this no blood thing and the looks on their faces like they're taking a Sunday walk. This is weird.
So again, I want to make it clear. For most of the viewers out there have not treated a human being that's been shot. Okay. Those of us that have know blood is everywhere, Alex. It is, I don't want to say the F word, everywhere.
That's exactly right. Blood is everywhere. So where is it? When they're carrying him off to the SUV, and they say he got hit in the carotid artery, and they said blood was everywhere. Where was the blood? Why was the pavement spotless when they carried him to the SUV? And none of the guys had blood on them. There was only blood at the very beginning. It's right after he got shot. So it is very possible that was a blood squib, which that's why you would get the blood at first. But if you were really shot, the blood would continue to gush out, especially in your artery. This just makes no sense. So he got hit and blood gushed out and then stopped. And then just stopped. Well, if that was the case, he probably could have lived. So what happened to the bleeding? That was the first thing I noticed.
This seems reasonable to me. I don't know if you've ever been involved in an accident or you've dealt with an animal out of in the forest that has been bleeding, but somehow, some way, blood gets everywhere. I've never treated a gunshot wound in a person, but the way the video depicts it, if it's not CGI or whatever's going on there, there's just it was a fountain of blood. And then when you saw the pictures behind the table, you didn't really see a whole lot. So it makes you kind of wonder what's going on there. What was that stuff? Was that actually blood? And if it was, where did it go? Why wasn't it all over the front of his shirt? Why wasn't it all over everybody? We saw that Frank Turek, who's the mentor of Charlie Kirk, mentioned that he and 3 other people in the SUV that took Charlie Kirk to the hospital had to change their clothes and dress in the only thing that was available at the time before clothes were purchased and brought to them. They dressed in hospital scrubs to the point where there were people in the waiting room asking if they were a doctor. But there's no indication when they were taking Charlie Kirk to the SUV, there was no drops of blood, no trail of blood, nothing. So I think these are relevant questions.
It's not possible that just no one has any blood on even their hands. So to me, what I want to know now is, why I was very suspicious about why we're not getting this high fidelity camera footage from right behind Charlie Kirk. And now I want to know
that TPUSA could put an end to all of this speculation, because it is a high def camera that's behind them. This is one of those cameras that they set up at every one of these functions. And we saw the guy take the camera down and do what looks to me like taking the SD card out. And then there's the other high resolution camera that was stationed to Charlie's left, the audience's right. Where's the footage from that? I mean, you've got so many people speculating on what they think happened, but they can only speak from grainy, low definition footage like this right here. They could put an end to the entire thing by showing exactly what happened under that table. What were the first aid measures that these guys were taking? Where's all the blood? What truly happened? What happened at the back of his neck? What do we see? Candace Owens says she's seen it. And for some reason, she's chosen to be a gatekeeper. And she says she's seen clearer, or has possession of clearer footage than the footage that we have access to. Why isn't she releasing that?
Show me that footage. Because that footage is going to show me exactly what you're doing to treating Charlie Kirk. And I think, again, I'm not a conspiracy theory guy. Alex, I think, I've been on your show enough times that you would agree I'm very level-headed with this stuff. Tell me why, Turning Point, no one treated Charlie Kirk. No one tried to stop the bleeding. You can see it right here. No blood on anyone's hands, weird things being passed off. Bizarre, absolutely bizarre. So I'm not willing to say that.
And that's interesting, because that's the first thing that Candace said when she said that the guy who took the camera down showed her what the camera actually recorded. The very first thing she said was, I didn't see any blood. There was no blood. How can that be? What's going on here? And that's another thing with Candace. When she saw the video footage that the guy who took the camera down showed her, she just spent a whole bunch of time telling us what she didn't see and didn't say anything about what she did see. Why?
This is nefarious, but I am willing to say nobody tried to save his life. I'm 100% confident in that. I can watch it right here in front of me. And then the question is why?
Well, I've seen the blown up videos of them when they're taking him out of the truck too. And you look at their shirts and stuff. I know they're far off videos, but I don't see it either.
There's an argument to be made that because he got shot in the crotch.
I know they're far off videos of them when they're taking him out of the truck too. And you look at their shirts.
Look at that guy right here. He looks like he's smiling. What? Do you see that? The guy here in the beige and brown flannel shirt, does he not look like he's smiling? Well, what the heck's funny? What is possibly funny about someone you're working with, being shot in the neck?
And stuff. I know they're far off videos, but I don't see it either.
There's an argument to be made that because he got shot in the carotid, potentially if the heart got impacted somehow and it stopped immediately, all the blood would have already evacuated out of his body before he got moved. Okay, let's say hypothetical that's the case. There's still no blood anywhere on any of these people that supposedly treated. You can watch their hands. And as you let this clip play out, we see all of their hands. All of these guys, both their hands, both their sleeves, there's no blood on anybody. And
we're left to just trust the video that we see. We don't even know if it's the original video. We don't know how much it's been tampered with. Now we have all of these experts coming out of the woodwork telling us their experience. And those are like, there's no possible way. To me, it seems reasonable to say that somebody would have blood on their hands, literally have blood on their hands, if not all over their pants and everywhere. How can this possibly be?
And this handing stuff off while they're supposedly like, why is nobody, Alex, when you're talking about a carotid artery injury, what I'm doing immediately when I roll up on somebody and they've got an arterial wound, I'm burying my hands inside of that wound before. Nobody's taking a shirt off. Nobody's getting gauze. Like, you don't have gauze, get a shirt off. Give me some clothes. I need to pack that wound.
And by the way, even low level, not very well trained security knows to jam gauze or clothing into a wound.
Or at least your thumb. Get your thumbs down in there and actually stop the bleeding if you can until you can get somebody to bring you help. But I can tell you, I watched this clip, none of that was done. So are these guys, they just had no trauma?
And also some speculation that this guy, which is the bodyguard you see in almost every one of the videos standing behind Charlie Kirk at his campus events, they're saying that he's wearing meta glasses and that he either push the side button to start recording or stop recording.
Medicine experience. None of these guys that are his personal security have ever done trauma medicine. I teach trauma medicine courses, Alex. And this is just not.
But let's look at the body language of these guys. Their faces. I mean, I would show more concern flipping an omelet to make sure I didn't burn it. I'm not trying to be mean here. I'm watching body language. They look like it's funny.
I know. And again, I'm not trying to say this is nefarious, but I am saying if this isn't nefarious, this is insane ineptitude. These guys have no idea.
Yeah, what about adrenaline? I mean, I know even a wimpy guy, their buddy gets blasted like this. They'd have shoulders flared out. They'd be shaking. You'd see really serious faces, teeth bared. I mean, I know what people look like under a car wreck or anything, but people are like, I don't see the battlefield, like this thing. I don't see any of this.
Well, I could tell you, I mean, having treated real casualties, you watch guys, even guys super experienced, like any Green Beret is insanely highly qualified in trauma medicine, right? And anytime I've done it, my hands are like this, Alex. And I mean, that's somebody that's actually done it shaking. My adrenaline's through the roof because
you're empathizing with somebody blown in half.
Well, and I don't have a lot of time to save this person's life, right? I don't have time to mess around and be handing shit off and just willy-nilly whatever I'm doing. Like, I would immediately have both my hands inside Charlie's neck, both my thumbs, identify where this laceration is in the carotid. My thumbs are on it, and I would be screaming at the guy next to me to take his shirt off so that we can bury something inside of his neck.
Well, exactly. I've never been in combat like you, but I watched documentaries in Iraq, Vietnam, all of it. And talk to family members. You see that people screaming, people yelling, even experienced medics, they care. It's a totally different, it's like this. Instead, these guys are like.
And again, I'm not the type of person to say, oh, this is nefarious, but I can watch that clip and you can watch that clip. And I'm sure everybody at home, even if you've ever done trauma medicine or not, listening to me explain it, now watching this is going to go, what the fuck?
There's the other camera right there. This camera was rolling. They don't stop these cameras. This camera and the camera behind Charlie, where the heck is that footage?
At an absolute minimum, I see massive negligence or incompetence. At a minimum. I don't think that's arguable from anybody who's been in the trauma medicine sphere to say this is not normal. And
by the way, this right here, people are saying this right here is Charlie's hand. You see that? Let's take it a couple of frames at a time. So in forward, this hand comes up. How did if that's Charlie Kirk's hand, because it doesn't look like it's this guy's hand. It's definitely not this guy's hand, and it's not that guy's hand. There's only one other guy on the ground. That looks like Charlie Kirk's right hand.
this is not normal.
Let's look at it again.
Yeah, when this first happened, I did not believe that it was from some sniper, from a rooftop over 100 yards away. I was thinking it was probably an inside job or something for some reason. But the more I looked into it, I'm like, this is looking more and more fake to me. Yep.
Yeah, it looks like his right hand. There's no blood on his hand either.
My buddy Alex, who's an 18 Delta Special Forces medic, some of the highest trained trauma medicine.
By the way, the guy talking right now is a former Green Beret, and he spent 10 years in the Army Special Forces.
I saw a poll that I think it was 88%, and this was it had tens of thousands of, I forget where it was, tens of thousands of votes. Who believes the official narrative? And it was like 88% of average Americans don't believe it. I can't point to a single person I know that is just like, yep, FBI story, that checks out. I wanted to debunk some of the 30-06 sort of people have been trying to say, well, maybe it was a soft tip round or maybe it was a low grain load.
We're talking about Charlie Kirk steel neck debunked with our 30-06 ballistic test. Yeah, go ahead and introduce it.
Yeah, so we did a ballistic test where we just used a regular 30-06 round with, I think it was 160 grain, 170 grain, pretty average round. I mean, we shot cow femurs wrapped in beef. It just exploded everything. It shot through up to half-inch steel, no problem. I mean, nothing came close. And again, my buddy Brian here is a precision rifle competition shooter. And he made a joke at the start. We had everything on the tailgate, and I asked him, what's going to stop a 30-06 round? And he said, nothing, including this tailgate, which is true. But I've heard people have said, oh, well, it was a soft tip round. Well, as a guy like me that just happens to have all these things, I've got a soft tip round here. Alex, I'm sure you as a hunter know. People say, oh, it's a soft tips round. A soft tip round, guys, is actually designed. It doesn't have copper on the end. It's designed to mushroom faster to create even more damage and an even bigger exit wound faster. So the people who are saying, oh, it was a soft
exactly,
tip
that
round.
would have blown his neck probably 80% off.
Yeah. A soft tip round would have decapitated Charlie in front of everybody. So that's a little silly. Now, and I'm also hearing, Alex, I'm sure you might be hearing this. Oh, well, it was a low grain load. Let me talk about that. Let's talk about a low grain load. Let's say, let's knock off 1,000 feet per second, just to make it obnoxious here, right? That's how low of a grain load we did on this reload. We're dropping from, on average, 2,500 feet per second to 1,500 feet per second. Okay, well, let's talk about a 9mm round, Alex. 9mm rounds moving at about 1,000 feet per second. And why do we use hollow point rounds? Why do police use hollow point rounds in a pistol that's
for more knockdown power?
That, but also because it's going to punch through, and you want that hollow point round to fragment so it doesn't punch through and kill innocent civilians. So when we're talking about, let's say you drop 1,000 feet per second off this 30-06 round, it's still moving at, let's say, 1,500 feet per second. The round is 3 times bigger than a 9mm round. So if a 9mm round is going to punch through most humans, what do you think a 30-06 round is going to do at even just 1,500? It's going to blow through his neck like butter. It's not going to make any difference. So all the people, and then there's also the angle. Okay, this is what I want to debunk too. Oh, it was a 9-degree slope. But let me look at this. This is Charlie sitting straight up. This is a 9-degree slope, as-ish, we would say. As the round comes in and hits his neck, people want to say, oh, then it refracted straight down at an 81-degree angle into his spine. That's not how Newtonian physics works. It's not how ballistics works. If it hits, even if it hits something very hard, it's going to hit his vertebrae, which is not hard. It's going to barely change the angle. It'll refract it down a little bit. So Charlie would have had to been shot at an extreme angle for that to actually make sense.
Absolutely. That round's so powerful.
And that's what Chris Martinson is saying from Peak Prosperity, saying that Charlie Kirk was hit at an extreme angle. I'm not sure what the degree angle he's saying he was hit at, but they're saying that when he was hit by that bullet and the shirt puffed up, that's the cavitation where the bullet is actually making its way through. And he makes a pretty compelling case for that. But this guy right here is saying it would have to be at an extreme angle to do what these people said it did.
Powerful. I bet it wouldn't even deflect any at that range.
I mean, maybe a couple.
What are you referring to that you like about this? Which part?
Degrees, Alex, but it's not refracting 81 degrees straight into the ground. That's not how Newtonian physics works. So if your argument breaks the laws of Newtonian physics, I can't get behind it.
And then moving on, Tyler does not have a rifle with him when he walks on the roof.
Yeah,
I've seen the video. Let's play that. This is really proof that we're being lied to right here.
So I want to look at, when we look at this, everybody who says he's got it in his jeans, oh, it's not in his jeans, it's up his back. Right. Okay. Well, we can see every angle in high fidelity. There's no rifle in his jeans.
You couldn't even put the barrel broke down.
I wouldn't exactly call that high fidelity.
Down in there,
look at his back. There's no giant 30-06 barrel, or not barrel, excuse me, buttstock coming up the back of his neck. As far as I can see, we played this a few times. He has no rifle at all. Even this tiny little backpack.
I actually am covering that on a video. And I don't think the trap door had anything to do with it. Because they were standing on top. I've got some new footage that I'm putting a video to, and I haven't seen this footage anywhere else. But there are people standing on top of that trap door shortly before it happens. If it is the trap door, and I don't think if the trap door is being utilized, they would have been standing on it. I could see them standing around it possibly, which is what I thought they were doing at first. I'm leaning away from the whole trap door theory because I just feel like that it would have been too much trouble. The trap door was to the side. It wasn't behind the table. It was to the side of the table. Like you can visibly see the trap door. They're standing on it. I don't believe that either. I don't believe that was a hologram. I've heard that. I think it was a blood squib. I think they, just like they do in the movies, when that got pierced, the blood from the packet squirted out, and that's why there was no more blood. I don't think he was a hologram, though, because he was physically speaking right before. And holograms look fake. From a distance, they look real. But up close, you can still tell it's fake. Like there's no substance. It's just like a very flat, very thin. And that's not how Charlie looked. I mean, not unless someone else has some new piece of evidence to offer to suggest otherwise. Because I've looked over all these different theories, and I just don't know how they would have utilized that trap door, especially because it was visible. Let me pull up an image. Let me see if I can find that video. It's on one of these playlists I have. I'm going to show you where the trap door is. And then I'm going to show you why I don't believe they used the trap door. Unless I'm looking at something that's not actually the trap door. I am definitely open to being wrong if somebody can show me evidence, because I've already changed my mind multiple times. I'm having to go through my history now because I don't think I saved those videos, because I downloaded them to my hard drive, so I didn't also remember to save them on a playlist, which I probably should have. Give me just a minute. Sorry for the delay. Okay, here's another video. I'll play that momentarily. Okay, I think I got it. Yeah, I got it. Hang on. Okay. All right, I got it. No, I don't doubt any of that. I just don't know how. I'm going to show you now. Okay, this video is almost over anyways. Okay. Okay. See right here, or let me go. See right here? That's the trap door, right? That's to the side. That's not actually behind. It's actually to the side. So if that's the trap door, someone is standing on, and this is the footage that I'm analyzing on the new video I'm working on, that I should have out Monday or Tuesday. And there's some other hand signals I saw that I haven't seen from anywhere else. So I'm going to break that down on my next video. But notice that this is not the cameraman. This is someone standing. This is the cameraman. Well, you can't see. Hold on. Okay, this is the cameraman right here. This person standing is standing on top of the door. That is the trap door, correct? That's to the left. That's not behind the table. So what I'm getting at is that would be visible. That trap door opening up, it would have been visible for people to see. It's not like actually right behind Charlie. So if they were going to fake something with the trap door, why not set the table up a few inches over more to the left so that it would be like right beside Charlie? Then it would directly be behind the table. But that's not the case. Do you see what I'm saying? That's why I don't buy the trap door theory, unless what this person's standing on here is not the trap door and that's something else. So if that's the case, then where is the trap door? Right? Well, yeah, they did cover everything up. But where would that hole be if they dug another hole? What do you mean? Where's the other hole? There's no hole behind Charlie because they'd be stepping in it. There's people coming and going from behind Charlie throughout this whole event. So there's no hole behind Charlie here. And plus, if that was the case, it could too easily be discovered. They're not going to dig a hole that could so easily be discovered that's so visible. So if this is the trap door right here, then let's see if I can get that red line off. All right.
Was an atheist for years, converted to the LDS Church.
You have to be so quick to pause at the right time.
Was an atheist for years, converted to the LDS Church.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, right here. That is the trap door, correct? Unless it's possible, could this be the trap door? See, this is footage that is clear, but this is zoomed in right now, so that's why it's not clear. But the person who shot this, the footage that when they were not zoomed in close was clear. But this is all zoomed in. But this was a point I brought up on this video I'm working on. There were so many cameras surrounding Charlie. Why was there not any clear footage at all? Is it possible this could be the trap door? But I would not think that they would want to stand on top of the trap door and put weight on it. Right. That's what I'm saying. Now, let me ask you. So, okay. Are you guys just throwing this whole trapdoor theory out because you're thinking it makes sense? Is it a knee-jerk reaction? Or have you got real details? Like, do you have any evidence? Because that's what I try to look for when I make these videos. Let me enlarge that there. Because I look for evidence. Because there are a lot of theories out there. But what's backed up by some type of evidence? We know there's a trap door, but do we know for fact that they engaged with that trap door at all? I mean, it's possible, but where is the evidence? The evidence that I have is why was there no more blood? There was initially a spurt of blood or whatever, and then no more blood. The pavement was completely dry. The guys carrying him to the SUV, no blood on their body anywhere. So, do you guys think this is the trap door this person is standing on right here? Hold on, I'm looking at. Okay, that's probably just my imagination. This almost looks like a gun in this person's hand. I think that's the shape of something else, though. Boy, if you look here, that almost looks like someone's holding a gun too. But I think that's just my imagination. Here's the truth, though. There's some damning piece of evidence on one of these videos that has been totally overlooked and not spotted yet. So I'm just looking over very closely at footage. But to the ones who think that the trap door had something to do with it, can you confirm that this is the trap door? That's what I thought. And let me ask this too. Isn't it kind of odd? Why are so many people standing around him? The other events he was at didn't have a lot of people like directly behind them like that, did they? You know what? Let's pull up a different one of these events. Hang on, I'm going to pull this up on a different tab. Let's see if it looks different. Because I don't recall so much commotion. Okay, I've got one up. Hang on. Let me see if there's a bigger angle. I've only got. Okay. Hang on. Okay, here we go. You can see another one. And yeah, his bodyguard is there behind him. Okay, let me watch this bodyguard and see if he's doing some of the same things he was doing during the one of the shooting. Now you see here, there's two people outside the tent talking. So there is a little bit of activity.
sex and gender. I think we have a disagreement there. I feel like we can agree on sex. There are male, female, you're either born male, female, or in some cases, some instances, there's a case of intersex persons. But I think our disagreement lays with your interpretation or your take on gender and how it's directly linked to sex. And I just kind of want to see where what's your thoughts on gender, or what's your take? Because I'm not quite sure. I'm not really caught up on what you've.
Sure. So gender's a made up concept. Do you know who made it up?
Who made it up?
A guy by the name of John Money in the 1960s.
Well,
and why did he make it up?
No, I was gonna say, wouldn't technically anything be a made up concept?
No, sex is not made up. You can look at sex. XX and XY chromosomes are not made up. They're not made up.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think we're on the same page about that.
So sex is observing. Gender is creating something new. Totally different. We observe nature. Gender is creating a new thing out of thin air that has no applicability to our discourse or dialogue. So there are 0 genders, 2 sexes, infinite personalities. We recognize that people have different personalities. We don't think you should get a different definition on the forms you fill out or how people talk to you, recognize you, or how you are treated.
So when it comes to defining or looking at and seeing what or who is a man or a woman, it only refers to sex. Like if they have a sort of, is that correct?
Yeah. And it's worked really well for all of humanity. We decided to screw it up the last 20 years.
But what about with like societal implications with the way what's it called, gender, with the way gender is expressed? You could, for example, you could have a you could be a trans. Let me take this for example. If I was transgender, say I was born female, but with the way I present myself, if I shave my mustache. I shave my mustache. I dress like a male. When I'm walking down the street, you would think what would you think I am?
What I think is irrelevant. You can disguise yourself to look something you are not. I can wear blackface. Do I become black?
No, of course
not.
not.
So wait, hold on. Then a man dresses like a woman, why does he become a woman?
It's not that he becomes a woman. It's he's seen and he's
But then why should he be recognized as something that he's not?
It's not that he needs to. It's not that they need to be recognized.
Oh no, that's what it's all about. It's about recognizing a delusion. You can dress however you wish, you can act however you wish, but I'm not going to recognize your lie. In fact, you could get in trouble for mispronouncing in the state of California. We're teaching our kids you must pronoun correctly, and you actually have to certify the delusion. So again, I say if I wear blackface and I don't become black, why does a man who wear a dress become a woman?
It's not. I feel like it's not up for someone. I feel like it's not up for you to decide. I think it's up for the individual, and I think the way they express themselves through either the way they express themselves through their through their apparel, through their attire. I think that's more indicative of
okay. Then let's play this out. If everyone can just choose however they want, should biological men who are born as a man be able to compete in female sports? I'm asking.
No, I don't believe that biological men should be in women's sports.
And God bless you for saying that, because that's at. So here's another question: should biological men who identify as women be able to go into women's locker rooms?
Can you repeat that one more time?
Biological man, so he has a.
Okay.
And he says he's a woman. Should he be allowed to go into female locker rooms?
I mean, no. We have on campus. We have all gender restrooms on campus where males and females are.
I think that's a terrible idea, right? So, because male female distinctions are critically important. It's how society is structured.
Yeah, but we have these shared spaces, and there hasn't been any sort of issues, or I think the major consensus surrounding it is that people are.
Okay, you're saying, look at the rooftop video of him running. Watch his shadow. What's the shadow have to do with the trap door? Because obviously the rooftop is far, far, far away from the trap door. Or are you referring to something else? Okay, so Oh no, I already don't think the I don't believe that there was a shooting with a sniper. I mean, not Tyler Robinson, at least. I think there was, I think something had to impact the blood quib. And I think it came from behind or from the side or something. Definitely. I don't think it came from the front. Okay, so you think it's, yeah, that's possible. I've also seen other people that think the footage of Charlie was AI. I don't know. Yeah, you would think so. Well, Grussy, to tell you the truth, I don't really have that many subscribers. That's a fluke because I had a video a few years ago that just happened to go viral. And it was not a video that's about my typical content. It was when I went and adopted a cat from the cat shelter. And I just put it up thinking it might get 1,000 to 2,000 views. Well, it ended up getting over 2 million views. And half the people subscribed to me are from that video, and they subscribed for more cat adoption videos, which I never made any other cat videos because that's not what my channel is. So my subscriber count is very misleading. My channel is far smaller than that number, which is why you see I don't have many people in my live streams. So the algorithm has really confused, or I should say I confused the algorithm because I make a lot of different topics on my channel. That's not how you feed the algorithm. So I started making separate channels for different content. So if you go to my homepage, you can scroll to the bottom and there are different types of channels I have if you or anyone else wants to subscribe to any of those other channels. But here on the Gary 828, my main channel, I'm primarily going to use this for like commentary videos. Things like Charlie Kirk and Fiona Harvey and stories like that. Yeah, I've heard that too, that it's a hologram projector. And I don't believe that this is a hologram. I don't believe, well, obviously this isn't. What? Let me ask you this. Why do you think it's a hologram? Do you think it's a hologram simply because someone else said it? Or are you looking at the image of Charlie Kirk and you're just like, man, I think that's a hologram? Did you see him glitch or something? Because he doesn't look flat like a hologram would look. He looked substantial. So that's why I'm not buying into the whole hologram theory. And I think that there are some of these silly theories put out to distract us from the truth. So what I'm trying to do, I want to find the truth. You're saying you don't buy the hologram. So you're saying you agree with me that you don't agree with the hologram theory. Because I'm not seeing it. Yep, exactly. You have to look at the hologram from a certain angle for it to look real. Otherwise, it looks fake as a cartoon. No, it is a theory that hasn't been proven. And I'm not saying that you're 100% wrong, but it is a theory. It hasn't been proven, but it could be true. But it is a theory. I mean, I've heard about that. Oh, the camera's what shot him, which I don't believe that. But if you have some evidence, I'll look at it. Like I said, I have changed my mind multiple times the more and more evidence that I look at. I'm just not putting a video out every time I get a new theory, like most of these channels. I probably should, so I would get more views. I'm spending more time researching to what I think seems plausible. So this is my whole thing. I'm not saying that I know you're wrong, but I don't think that you can so confidently say that you're right. I think you need to do some research too. Because at the end of the day, what I feel like, at least for me, what I want to do is I want to find out what the truth is. And I'm hoping that's what other people want to do as well. And I feel like each video is contributing a different piece to the puzzle. And I'm hoping over some time, hopefully sooner than later, all of these pieces will come together to fit. And we'll be able to figure all this out. Please check what out? Right. That's the big thing. That's what I was just showing on the video before this. I don't think he's a bot. I don't think that's the case. Above the word. No, I know what you're talking about. I just don't believe that's the gun. But I'm saying I'm open if you can show me some evidence, because I've heard that theory. I've heard a bunch of different theories. And I just don't believe most of them. And because only one theory can be true. So we only need to believe one theory. We need to believe the correct one. Now, there's so many different theories swirling around. It's muddying the waters and causing so much confusion. I'm open to listening to different theories, and I have. I've listened to that theory. I just don't believe that's the case. I don't think there's enough evidence for that. The thing is our brain, a lot of the times, will hear something that's interesting and we'll have a knee-jerk reaction and start running with it. Oh, yeah, you know what? The camera shot him. Yeah, I believe that. Well, where's the evidence for that? Again, I'm not telling you that I know for fact that you're wrong. I am saying I don't think you can say for fact that you're right. Here's what I want to do is I want to find the facts and put them together, right? And here's one fact. Why was there not more blood? When they carried Charlie's body to the SUV, here's a fact. There was no blood gushing around. There was no blood. That's a fact. That's not a theory. That is a fact, which raises the question, why? Why was there no blood if he was shot in an artery in his neck with blood gushing out, which we have seen footage of blood starting to shoot out, which makes me believe the possibility, I don't know for fact. See, this is what I want us to avoid doing. I want us to avoid throwing out theories and presenting them as fact if we can't back it up yet? So what I'm saying is I can't prove that what was shot was actually makeup, aesthetics, or I'm sorry, prosthetics in a blood quib. And that was what squirted out. But I do believe that's very possible. But I don't know for fact. That's what I lean towards. And that's why you saw blood at first, because the packet only has so much blood. So that's why you had some blood on him and on the table. But then when they're carrying him to the SUV, all the blood from the pack ran out. No more blood. That's one explanation that I believe could be real for why he was not bleeding when they carried him out to the SUV. But like I said, it is factual that the pavement was spotless when they carried him to the SUV and there was no blood. Like I said, which raises the question, why was there no blood? I think the answer to that will solve the whole thing. Yeah, exactly. I don't think it's a hologram. I don't think it's a bot. Right. That's a fact. The camera was taken down before it was investigated. That is a fact, which raises another question. Why? So that raises some questions. Why wasn't he bleeding when they carried his body to the SUV? Why did they shut a crime scene down? See, this is something you can say as fact. But what I want is for us, like I said, not to just present theories that could end up being true at the end. But I don't want us presenting mere theories as factual evidence when we don't know yet. What info? I'm not sure. I've got a lot of different comments here, so if I'm not sure, just ask me again. I'll try to get to it. I I know that's insane. And I the new video that I'm putting together, I found some footage on someone else's video of that same guy and what he did during the shooting and how shady it was. Right. In which I can show you that too. I've got it right here, actually. Yeah, I've got it right here. Hang on. I need to upload it to this. Give me 1 second. I have to upload this image file. Okay, I got it. This was some footage somebody took. Okay, it's saying there's an issue with your file. So it's not allowing me. Huh. I'm trying to see if there's another way I can pull it up. I don't know. I'm putting it. I could put it on the video that I'm making. Okay, now I can't find the last video I was on to go back to it. Sorry, guys. Give me 1 second here. You know what? I can do it. I know how I can do it. Give me 1 second. Sorry. Right here. Here we go. I'm queuing it up. All right, here we go, guys. I got it. Okay, can you see it? Right here. This is the blood that hit the table. And over here, you can see the blood smeared on a file folder. And that does look like real blood to me. Does it look real to you guys, or you think that is maybe fake? But I mean, that doesn't necessarily prove that it's real blood. I mean, they could put real blood in a blood packet. But that was supposedly the scene. But why wasn't there blood everywhere else as well? And why wasn't there blood over all the guys carrying him to the SUV? And on Frank's testimony, he tried to say that there was so much blood, all the guys had to change their clothes afterwards. Well, they didn't have any blood on them when they were carrying him to the SUV. And also, we were talking about the trap door. Here's the trap door right here. And notice it is to the left of the table. So it's not behind the table. It's to the left of the table, which is why I also don't buy into the trapdoor theory, because this was visible to the side of the table. Assuming that that is the trapdoor, which I believe it is. Really? Can you tell me what link that's in? I can pull that up. I can put that on real quick. If you can let me know, I'll look it up. I could play a video and see what I can see the camera shooting him. The camera gun. He used a chair. Hold on. Right. Yeah, he stood on Charlie's chair to uninstall the camera. Right. Right, exactly. And that's what I was talking about on the video before you guys came in here and we started delving more into this. You linked the video? I don't know if you're allowed to link videos on here. Hey there, Delulu. How's it going? Yeah, I'm not sure if you can link a video, but if you tell me, I can look it up. I can pull it up now. I have to run to the restroom real quick. Give me just a quick second. I'll be right back. I'll finish playing this video. And while I'm gone, get a link and I'll look at those videos when I get back. Here, let me go ahead and play this video while I'm going. Okay, I don't know what. Okay, here we go.
I'm not sure could even fit a broken down.
You couldn't even put a compact
AR-15.
M4 in that backpack.
I don't think so. So anybody who wants to tell me it's a broken down 30-06, I mean, I got one right here. I want to talk about this too. This is a 22 to 24 inch barrel. That's 2 feet. The barrel, even broken down, isn't fitting in that backpack. So where's his rifle, Alex? Unless that's not unless this is not footage of him, or it's not footage of him going to the roof, but the FBI tells us it is. There is no rifle in his pants.
There's so many inconsistencies and holes in the FBI story. It's almost like the FBI tried to make the story as ridiculous as possible and create as many holes as possible just to see if anybody's going to believe it. And even if they don't care. They're still going to railroad Tyler Robinson in the monkey trial.
And we didn't even get into the rifle picture. I mean, we don't even have time. That the supposed rifle picture we've all seen, the viral rifle picture, that's basically a modern Walmart synthetic plastic with stainless steel 30-06. That's not Grandpa's old 30-06. I got one right here.
Yeah, exactly.
This is a World War II.
Grandpa's are beautiful wood and blue. Yeah, that's Grandpa.
Look at that. This is World War II era 30-06 right here. That is not what you saw in that picture. So what is that rifle? Where's the real rifle? Like,
they didn't start making those rifles till the 90s.
Here you go. That's a modern synthetic buttstock with stainless steel.
Yeah, that looks like a Ruger 30-06 to me.
So there's none of those in pre-World War I. That's not a thing. So what is that? Where did this come from? Apparently now the FBI is saying, no, we never said that's the rifle. Okay, so
well, maybe it's a time machine. You know, maybe Doc from the Back to the Future brought it back, because I didn't see those synthetic stocks. What about like 1990?
Yeah, it's pretty. I would say probably the 80s and 90s.
Well, I know M16s were synthetic in the 60s, but I mean, they didn't start having consumer stuff till what, like?
Nothing. Again, I've got multiple Browning Belgian-made pre-World War.
Okay. The links, did you guys tell me the link? I can look it up. Okay, what is it? I already did that on a video. Have you seen my video that I did about a week ago? Okay, where I can play the short? Which short are you talking about? Right. That just doesn't make sense to me. Bill Hicks, are you talking about Alex Jones? If some of you guys have comments and I didn't get to them, just send them again, because I've got a lot of them piling up here and I'm trying to respond to you guys. Yeah, no doubt. Okay. Again, I will look up anything you guys want me to, but I need you to tell me the channel in the video or whatever. Because Madison King, I can guarantee you, if I go to that channel, it's going to be like 20 different videos. And then I'm going to be looking through them all, and then everyone's going to get bored and leave. So I'll look at anything, well, as long as it's doesn't violate YouTube violations. But I'll look at anything, and we can talk about it. Yeah, it does. It's crazy. Okay, Mr. Let Go. I've actually seen that channel, but I don't know if I watched. Can you tell me the video on there? See only Charlotte. Okay, Rab, which one? Okay, Madison King. Okay, so there's a short. Yeah, you talk about the blood quib, right? Yeah, I saw that. Right. That's what I've been doing. That's why I haven't been just putting out a bunch of videos, because I'm trying to do my research. So what I want to do is I want to present the actual facts and then try to figure things out from there. It was from tonight. Okay, hang on. You know, I'm going to write some of these down. Otherwise, I'm going to lose them because I'm getting a pile of messages here. The movie trailer FX. Wasn't that a movie with an Australian actor named Brian Brown or Brian something? I think I saw that movie a long time ago. Okay, and you said Mr. Let Go was from tonight. And what's the other channel? Got to scroll back up. Rabbit something. No, not Rabbit. Madison King. And you said it's the only short on there, so I should be able to find it. So you don't think it's a fake blood then? Well, there was blood though. So what do you think that blood was? Okay. I need to watch that movie over. I remember that. Can you can you tell me how I can access those? Let me look up these two that I've got recommended. And Charlie Weinhardt, if you can tell me where I can look that up, I can try to pull that up as well. Okay. Give me just a minute here. Okay, Madison King. Did you say it's the only short? Because Madison King's got a bunch of shorts here. Okay, let me. Well, Charlie, you can just tell me the name. I'll look it up. Yeah, don't send a link. Okay, Madison King. What's the name of the video for Madison King I need to look at? I'm on the channel. Okay, is it this one, Charlie Kirk being shot? Hang on, see that. I clicked on the video and it's just putting it on another one. She had a short about Charlie Kirk, and now it's taking me to other ones after I clicked on it. Okay, here it is. Yeah, I can't play this on here. I'm looking at that one now, and that did look nasty. Yeah, there was blood everywhere right there. Hey, I'm looking at that again. Hang on. Okay, I will be back in just a minute, and you can follow up with what you wanted to ask me about, because this is pretty gruesome. Yeah, that is really intense. I can't play that on here. That did look real. But why was there no blood when they were carrying him off? You said the kid in the white shirt. Do I see him? Let me look. Let me look back. What am I looking for from the kid in the white shirt? Rab. So are you implying that you believe that he was, in fact, actually shot and that it was real? Okay, Rab, I'm going to watch his hands. I'm not sure where the kid in the white shirt is. He inside the tent, outside the tent? Okay. I do see a white t-shirt standing in front of the rail. Is that who we're looking at? Okay, hang on. I'm going to put this up, but I do not want to show this again. I don't want to look at this. And obviously, I can't let this play or I'll get my live stream cut. I might get a strike. So I cannot let this play with the actual shot, but I can play up to it. So let me go ahead and pull this up. Okay. So this is what I'm looking at. So where's this kid you're talking about? Hang on, let me. Is it this kid right here? Above Charlie's head? With his arms up? It looks like he's filming with a phone. Okay. So what are you saying? Are you saying you think he shot Charlie? I got to be real careful here. Okay, hang on. So, do you know how many Okay.
Transgender Americans have been mass shooters over the last
He dropped his hands.
10 years.
Too many.
I see something. Now, what is that? Let me see if there's a way I can zoom in. Okay.
Okay, now 5 is a lot, right? I'm going to give you some credit. Do you know how
There, some people are talking about Charlie, suspect Charlie gave a signal by touching his nose.
many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Counting or not counting?
Okay, I can't. I got to stop it here. Yeah, I can't risk. I mean, they did allow this to stay up, so maybe they would allow it, but still. What'd you say? Stop? What am I stopping? Yeah, I looked at his hands. Hang on, I've got it. I've got it over here to the side too.
Too many.
I'm looking at his hands.
Counting or not counting?
I do see his hands are like this. I can't see him being the shooter because he's right. It would have to go right between one of his bodyguards. It would have to go right behind one bodyguard and in front of Frank and hit Charlie's neck. That could go wrong so easily. I really find that hard to believe. Right. I had to pause it. But it would be all over them as they're carrying him. Especially if what they said is they try to do everything they could. Who was screwing on a silencer? Right, but that could also just be from the blood packet. If it was a squib, which is what I was thinking. I don't know. There's no blood packet. So you believe he was really shot. So if he was in fact shot, where's the blood? I mean, from the other guys who were trying to supposedly help him, why didn't any of them have blood on them? They were so clean, which is the video I was playing. Here, I'll put on a minute of it.
Relevant questions.
It's not possible that just no one has any blood on even their hands. So to me, what I want to know now is, you know why I was very suspicious about why we're not getting this high fidelity camera footage from right behind Charlie Kirk. And now I want to know
that TPUSA could put an end to all of this speculation, because it is a high def camera that's behind them. This is one of those cameras that they set up at every one of these functions. And we saw the guy take the camera down and do what looks to me like taking the SD card out. And then there's the other high resolution camera that was stationed to Charlie's left, the audience's right. Where's the footage from that? I mean, you've got so many people speculating on what they think happened, but they can only speak from grainy, low definition footage like this right here. They could put an end to the entire thing by showing exactly what happened under that table. What were the first aid measures that these guys were taking? Where's all the blood? What truly happened? What happened at the back of his neck? What do we see? Candace Owens says she's seen it. And for some reason, she's chosen to be a gatekeeper. And she says she's seen clearer, or has possession of clearer footage than the footage that we have access to. Why isn't she releasing that?
Show me that footage. Because that footage is going to show me exactly what you're doing to treating Charlie Kirk. And I think, again, I'm not a conspiracy theory guy. Alex, I think, I've been on your show enough times that you would agree I'm very level-headed with this stuff. Tell me why, Turning Point, no one treated Charlie Kirk. No one tried to stop the bleeding. You can see it right here. No blood.
Right. Where is the blood?
On anyone's hands, weird things being passed off. Bizarre. Absolutely bizarre. So I'm not willing to say that.
And that's interesting, because that's the first thing that Candace said when she said that the guy who took the camera down showed her what the camera actually recorded. The very first thing she said was, I didn't see any blood. There was no blood. How can that be? What's going on here? And that's another thing with Candace. When she saw the video footage that the guy who took the camera down showed her, she just spent a whole bunch of time telling us what she didn't see and didn't say anything about what she did see. Why?
This is nefarious, but I am willing to say nobody tried to save his life. I'm 100% confident in that. I can watch it right here in front of me. And then the question is why?
Well, I've seen the blown up videos of them when they're taking him out of the truck too. And you look at their shirts and stuff. I know they're far off videos, but I don't see it either.
There's an argument to be made that because he got shot in the carotid, potentially if the heart got impacted somehow and it stopped immediately, all the blood would have already evacuated out of his body before he got moved. Okay, let's say hypothetical that's the case. There's still no blood anywhere on any of these people that supposedly treated. You can watch their hands. And as you let this clip play out, we see all of their hands. All of these guys, both their hands, both their sleeves. There's no blood on anybody. And
we're left to just trust the video that we see. We don't even know if it's the original video. We don't know how much it's.
And what I was talking about earlier were facts. The fact is, these are all low definition videos, yet surrounded with expensive high-tech cameras. Why is that? So that's another suspicion.
It's been tampered with. Now we have all of these experts coming out of the woodwork telling us their experience, and those are like, there's no possible way. To me, it seems reasonable to say that somebody would have blood on their hands, literally have blood on their hands, if not all over their pants and everywhere. How can this possibly be?
And this handing stuff off while they're supposedly like, why is nobody, Alex, when you're talking about a carotid artery injury, what I'm doing immediately when I roll up on somebody and they've got an arterial wound, I'm burying my hands inside of that wound before. Nobody's taking a shirt off. Nobody's getting gauze. Like, you don't have gauze? Get a shirt off. Give me some clothes. I need to pack that wound.
And by the way, even low-level, not very well-trained security knows to jam gauze.
Yes, but what about if you're shot in an artery? Then there will be blood coming out. Even after the heart stops. I don't know, maybe it'll slow down, but there's still going to be some blood coming out. It's just these guys, no blood on any of their hands or any of their clothes, which is just very odd.
Or clothing into a wound.
Or at least your thumb. Get your thumbs down in there and actually stop the bleeding if you can until you can get somebody to bring you help. But I can tell you, I watched this clip, none of that was done. So are these guys, they just had no trauma?
And also some speculation that this guy, which is the bodyguard you see in almost every one of the videos standing behind Charlie Kirk at his campus events, are saying that he's wearing meta glasses and that he either push the side button to start recording or stop recording.
Medicine experience. None of these guys that are his personal security have ever done trauma medicine. I teach trauma medicine courses, Alex. And this is just not.
But let's look at the body language of these guys. Their faces. I mean, I would show more concern flipping an omelet to make sure I didn't burn it. I'm not trying to be mean here. I'm watching body language. They look like it's funny.
I know. And again, I'm not trying to say this is nefarious, but I am saying if this isn't nefarious, this is insane ineptitude. These guys have no idea.
Yeah, but what about adrenaline? I mean, I know even a wimpy guy, their buddy gets blasted like this. They'd have shoulders flared out. They'd be shaking. You'd see really serious faces, teeth bared. I mean, I know what people look like under a car wreck or anything, but people are like, I don't see the battlefield, like this thing. I don't see any of this.
Well, I could tell you, I mean, having treated real casualties, you watch guys, even guys super experienced, like any Green Beret is insanely highly qualified in trauma medicine, right? And anytime I've done it, my hands are like this, Alex. And I mean, that's somebody that's actually done it shaking. My adrenaline's through the roof because
you're empathizing with somebody blown in half.
Well, and I don't have a lot of time to save this person's life, right? I don't have time to mess around and be handing shit off and just willy-nilly whatever I'm doing. Like, I would immediately have both my hands inside Charlie's neck, both my thumbs, identify where this laceration is in the carotid. My thumbs are on it, and I would be screaming at the guy next to me to take his shirt off so that we can bury something inside of his neck.
Well, exactly. I've never been in combat like you, but I watched documentaries in Iraq, Vietnam, all of it. And talked to family members. You see that, people screaming, people yelling, even experienced medics, they care. It's a totally different, it's like this. Instead, these guys are like,
and again, I'm not the type of person to say, oh, this is nefarious, but I can watch that clip and you can watch that clip. And I'm sure everybody at home, even if you've ever done trauma medicine or not, listening to me explain it, now watching this is going to go, what the fuck?
There's the other camera right there. This camera was rolling. They don't stop these cameras. This camera and the camera behind Charlie, where the heck is that footage?
At an absolute minimum, I see massive negligence or incompetence. At a minimum. I don't think that's arguable from anybody who's been in the trauma medicine sphere to say this is not normal. And
By the way, this right here, people are saying this right here is Charlie's hand. You see that? We'll just take it a couple frames at a time.
You know what? I don't know if this is true because we don't see for fact that that's Charlie's arm. It looks like it would be, but we do know there was blood that came out after the shot. So his hand coming up, him saying, hey, there's no blood on this hand here. Well, we did see there was, in fact, blood that came out after the shot. So saying Charlie's other hand doesn't have blood doesn't disprove that there was blood at all. But I think that's just, I think that's a non-factor. I think the fact that none of these guys have any blood on them whatsoever is very questionable. I don't understand. Charlie, you said that there were some videos of some footage. Can you tell me where I can find that? Okay, no, I don't understand exactly. What's that mean? Exactly. Are you talking about the bullet was moving so fast, blood came out after the shot? So what are you inferring here exactly? You're saying the bullet's moving so fast that blood came out after the shot, not with the shot. So what are you insinuating that means in your theory? I'm sorry, Charlie. Are you asking me if I'm seeing what? Okay. I'm not seeing it, but just tell me, you don't even have to see .com or anything. Just put it like one word as its own individual message. I'll figure it out. Okay. Okay. Hang on. Let me look it up. USAcrime.com. Okay. I'm on there. All right. I'm on the website. What am I looking at, Charlie? Okay, go to September 10th. Okay. Okay. I see this video. I don't think I should play it on here. Hang on, let me see. It's 23 seconds. Is this the one? And what is it? Which part? Hang on. Okay, so yeah, Charlie, I went to the load more. I saw the September 10th video. So there's one on the 10th and the 12th. Okay, Rab himself thinks that it was the guy in the white. So, Charlie, let me understand this for clarity before I play this. I'm probably not even going to play because I honestly don't want to look at it. But are you under the belief that this was in fact real and that he was in fact shot and killed? Because some people believe that and other people think that it's totally fake. Video on the 12th is blood free. Okay, I'm going to look at this video. Give me 1 second. Okay. I just did a recording, a screen recording of that. I didn't actually look at it. Ironically, I'm very sensitive to this kind of stuff. I don't like looking at like real life. And that video I saw on the short a few minutes ago it did look real. But I don't understand why there's no blood. But movie shootings look real too. And there are ways they do productions. They put prosthetics And then they have blood quibs and blood packets. Yeah, I mean, that's true. Life can be graphic. And if I have to deal with it, I will. But if I had a choice not to look at something, I typically don't. Some people are just a lot more sensitive to that stuff than others. And some people who have been subjected to a lot of it have a lot of mental trauma from it. I don't even like looking at violence in movies, which is ironic because I actually love horror movies. Horror is actually my favorite genre. But I don't like looking at the actual violence in horror movies. I like the suspense. I like watching people escape the perpetrators. Is that on the video that you just directed me to, or is that a separate video? And that's what's so ironic is I actually really like the Saw franchise. But yeah, I half those sequences I'm like turning my head. I actually loved Saw X, the last one they did. The ending, the twist at the end, top notch. Oh, that was an awesome ending. Okay, what are you telling me that you think I should do? And I'll consider it. Yeah. What else do you think is a psyop that you've experienced in your life? I just want to see if I'm on the same page with you. And even if I'm not, that's fine too. I think people should be able to talk about things and disagree and still, be in peace with each other. I hate it when these people disagree, they butt heads and want to cancel one another. Because if we open up discussion, then we're eventually going to get to the truth. Which is why I wanted to do this live stream and just get different people's opinions. I did notice that. It's like a glob, right? Yeah. Said there's no more blood pressure, there's no more blood. Are you saying that you think he bled out by that time? Yeah, a lot of them, right? Yeah, that was crazy. I remember when that was reported and I thought it was fake. Yeah, I mean, there are some people who are a little older, but they're just pointing out that a lot of the people, you know, were so young they don't remember 911 or they were born after. Because I mean, if you're 24, then you were born after. So a lot of the people who follow Charlie are younger than that. And even you were very young during 911. You'd have been like, what, 7 or 8? Hold up. Don't come at me like that. I'm not ignoring anything. I'm looking through the comments. I've said multiple times, if you send me something and I don't respond, send it again, because there's a lot of comments coming up. Don't make me a villain like that. That's what I'm talking about, how people start getting so annoyed with people and start canceling people. So no, I was not ignoring you. I didn't see. You're old. Okay, Charlie. So what is it that you personally believe happened? No, I'm not doing that. I haven't bought I haven't agreed with what you said. And I've seen that theory, but like I said, I'm open to looking at evidence though. Like I said, I've changed my mind multiple times over the last few weeks. Because I did believe this was real the day of, but I never thought that it was some 22-year-old sniper from 150 yards away. I always thought that sounded crazy. And I don't even know what you said. Anyways, it got lost. Okay, hang on. Okay, what video do you want me to look at? I've looked at some videos about that theory that it being the camera, but I've also seen other videos that debunked that, and I tended to lean on that side. But I'm asking, what video is it you want me to look at? Okay. Did you see the video that I made? I made a video about this like a week and a half ago. Okay, so you believe it's real and that it was an inside job, which is what I actually believed at the beginning. And you very well could be right. I just don't know why was there no blood on any of these guys here, and when they're carrying them to the SUV? Okay, trajectory video. Okay. Okay, let me look. There was a video that I watched that I thought was BS about the bullet trajectory, but that was saying it's coming off the roof. Let me pull that up. It was a short. It's like 30 or 40 seconds. It's a video showing the path of the bullet, supposedly. I'm looking through my history because I honestly don't remember what channel it was from, but that would start the conversation going from, I don't even know what your name's supposed to be. Okay, I cannot find this on here. Wait, I know what I can do. I can just click on shorts, watch history, go to shorts instead of all the videos. Okay, I should be able to find it easily now. Okay, got it. Okay. Okay.
A bullet was fired at nearly 3,000 feet per second, fatally striking the neck of Charlie Kirk. But the assassin aimed from almost 200 yards. So why was one shot so deadly? At that distance, a high-velocity rifle still carried enough power to create a temporary cavity, ripping tissue, piercing bone, and shredding vessels. The shot likely severed his carotid artery, cutting off oxygen to the brain within seconds. His jugular vein may have collapsed with it, instantly flooding blood into the chest. And if the shot also struck his spinal cord or brainstem, Kirk's breathing and heartbeat would have stopped instantly. One shot, fatal. A bullet.
Okay, so well, you were asking for the trajectory. Is there a video where you can clearly see that? Do you know the channel and the name of the video? Well, Bryn, I've asked you something multiple times. You never answered. Did you watch the video that I made going over the shooting? Because I wanted to know what you thought about the video I made. Well, why don't you watch that video real quick? It's only 6 minutes, but you don't even have to watch the whole thing. Let me tell you because if you do that, then you can give me your opinion about that. Just watch, like, go from, like, I don't know, like somewhere between like 2 to 4 minutes when I go over the actual shooting. If you go to my video tab, it's not the most recent video, but it's the one right behind it. It says evidence, video footage, proof that Charlie Kirk was shot from the back and not the front. It's the only video I have on there like that. Man, these comments are coming in so fast. I can't keep. Right. See, I thought the no blood on the pavement does mean something. I thought that, to me, that played into the theory that this whole thing was fake. Right. I totally agree with that. Can you refer a video to me? Okay. I gotta look at it first. Make sure it's YouTube friendly. Okay. Okay, I'm setting it up, but I'm not. Is this graphic or can I show this? Which video, Chatterbox? I can see you, Charlie Weinhardt. Which video do you want me to check out, Chatterbox? And Rab, is this YouTube friendly? Can I put this on here, or is it graphic? Okay, it doesn't look great. It looks like they blurred it out. Okay, so I can play it. Okay, let me bring it up.
To make up each video. That's how I got this third dot. But we certainly know, even with my simple mathematical skills, that 3 dots make a line. And this is a line traveling directly toward Charlie's head. The next frame of the video, he's been hit, and it comes out the front of his neck, and it catches on the shirt collar. It's lost so much of its kinetic energy traveling through his body that when it hits the shirt collar, it pulls and stretches the shirt quite dramatically. I'm going to switch right now to the 30 frame video. So here we have different frames from the 30 frame video, and we see there is the third frame of the projectile. It hits him, and we see that disruption. Now this is recompressed. You can see it's much lower quality, lower bit rate than the 20 frame video. And
Right.
so now you see a different kind of disruption of the shirt. I think what's happening is this projectile is sort of moving around inside his shirt. It's been caught by the shirt like a net. And now the shirt, when the fabric relaxes, it goes back down the shirt, and it's kind of, falling out the bottom of his shirt as he's shot. And then in the next frames, we see this exit wound out the front of his neck. Remember, people fall fabric inside his disrupt lower bit disruption. Now this is projectile. It hits him, and we see that disruption. Now this is recompressed. You can see it's much lower quality, lower bit rate than the 20 frame video. And
Right.
so now you see a different kind of disruption of the shirt. I think what's happening is this projectile is sort of moving around inside his shirt. It's been caught.
Yeah, I see his hands are going like that.
Caught by the shirt like a net. And now the shirt, when the fabric relaxes, it goes back down the shirt, and it's kind of, falling out the bottom of his shirt as he's shot. And then in the next frames, we see this exit wound out the front of his neck. Remember, the experts are disagreeing. Is this an entry wound or an exit wound? Well, an exit wound from a supersonic rifle round, which has a tremendous amount of kinetic energy, would create a big explosive blowout and a lot of material. So if he was shot from the front, it's pretty implausible by most experts' estimation that his spine could stop a bullet. Now, a lot of people say, oh, bullets do strange things when they
Yeah, that's the thing. We don't know if what they're saying is actually true. They send out so much misinformation to us. We never know when they're telling the truth or when they're fabricating something. Right. See, the thing is if somebody dies, there shouldn't be a bunch of question marks around it. It should be a very black or white event. There's so much gray here. Okay. All right.
And that results in a different set of frames being used to make up each video. That's how I got this third dot.
Okay. We see this person. They do look like they're aiming, but it looks like their hands are just cupped together. So, is there some type of instrument or device inside their hands? Well, there's got to be an opening. Yeah, you can't really tell because it's so blurry. Hang on.
But we certainly know, even with my simple mathematical skills, that 3 dots make a line. And this is a line traveling directly toward Charlie's head. The next frame of the video, he's been hit, and it comes out.
Okay. See, this is showing it after. It's not showing it before.
Out the front of his neck, and it catches on the shirt collar. It's lost so much of its kinetic energy traveling through his body that when it hits the shirt collar, it pulls and stretches the shirt quite dramatically. I'm going to switch right now to the 30 frame video. So here we have different frames from the 30 frame video, and we
Okay, there it is. Hang on.
to the 30 frame video. So here we have different frames from the 30 frame video, and we see there is the third frame of the projectile. It hits him, and we see that disruption. Now this is recompressed. You can see it's much lower quality, lower bit rate than the 20 frame video.
Yeah, you can't see, everything is so blurry, and it does. It looks like this guy's hands are cupped together, but because it's so blurry, I can't even tell if there's any kind of opening where he could have an instrument at the barrel of a gun poking out. What do you guys think? Yep. Me too. Okay, so in your opinion, it came from the camera behind him. But see, even on that video that I made, I still can't be sure that it was coming from right above him, from where that camera would be. I can't think of an event like this where so many people have so many different ideas. Because typically, you know, when an event happens, you may have a couple of different opinions what led to the event, but not if the event itself was real or fake. Is that the one with the that Jimmy Dore showed, where the guy in the like beige and orange flannel shirt kind of went like that? Let me go to that video. Okay, let me play this. I have to grab something to eat real quick. I'll let this video play because I'm getting lightheaded. So I'll put this video on. I'll be back in like 3 minutes or so. And ask any questions or anything. I'll try to get to them when I get back. But here's the video that talks about what I think. Who wasn't in the comments? Somebody just mentioned about the palm gun.
There's lots of different theories. Here's the latest theory. Now, I'm not. I saw some people report that Jimmy Dore is pushing this theory. I'm reporting these theories. I'm not saying anyone is true. I'm saying that some of them are compelling. Almost every theory I've heard, by the way, is compelling. They're compelling. So I'm not saying they're true. I'm saying that we should have a real investigation and not break down the crime scene immediately afterwards. Maybe they should have secured the crime scene, which they didn't. And so you see this? That's it looks like a camera, but it's a gun. You see that?
Oh, that's the one they got that mobster with back in the day.
So
the Italian American club guy, he got shot with a fake camera gun by a black guy. Remember that?
No, I don't remember that, but this is what it looks like. And so they're saying that a guy who was behind Charlie Kirk.
There he is. Oh, you can see. Is that Charlie right here in the foreground?
I'll show you. So this is Charlie, and I'm going to show you the guy. So watch what they're saying here. So definitely, if because of the way his head goes, everybody's saying the bullet had to come from this way. It had to have. That's what people are saying. I don't know. I'm not a ballistics expert, but he did go this way. He didn't go this way. He didn't go that way. He didn't go forward. He went that way. He went to the left. So you would think he got shot from this side. That's what you would think. So let's see. I still haven't seen the video from the camera. There's supposed to be a camera behind him. Why can't we see that video? But here, so watch this. Watch this close. So there's a guy holding one of these. That's what this video is claiming. There's a guy holding one of these. And you see the bullet come out. So that's what that was. You saw the bullet come out. And they're saying this is the guy right here. So he gives the hand signal. This guy comes out from behind. Watch this. So there's the guy. So they're saying that guy took the shot and then he immediately walks backwards. Watch this.
And he walks away like nothing fucking
So there he
happens.
is. These two guys working together. He just walks away like nothing. He wasn't like freaked out. He walks away like he just did something. Again, I'm not saying this is how it happened. I'm saying this is compelling and that people should look into all these theories. So there's the shot, and here's the guy. Does the guy look? Does he look freaked out? Does he look weirded out? Does he look like he just witnessed an assassination? No, he looks like he's calmly walking backwards.
And then he joins the group.
Let's watch it again. So you see the bullet. So you see that little flash? That's the bullet. And here's the guy right here. They say he's got one of these guns. And it certainly looks like he might. Why would he keep the camera like that? Why would he keep it like that and walk backwards?
To get the shot?
Why would he walk backward? Why would he keep it? Like you would, that's not how I wouldn't imagine that's how a person would react if they just watched the shooting 5 feet in front of them. They would keep their camera at waist high and walk backwards like this, like it's a gun. Because that's how he's holding it, like it's a gun. So hang on. There's the guy. So the shot went off. You saw that guy flinch, but he doesn't flinch at all. He doesn't flinch at all. Isn't that weird? He doesn't flinch at all. This guy flinched. And then he walks backwards.
And he turns and he walks away from a crime scene. He's not running.
Why wouldn't he continue to take pictures of a crime scene?
Oh, he wasn't still taking pictures. I didn't see that part.
Why wouldn't he still take pictures? Why would he walk? He walks backwards. He doesn't turn around and run and get the hell out of there. He walks back really suspicious like.
Yeah. Well, they all look suspicious. The palm gun supposed guy looks suspicious. The other guy with the phone looks suspicious.
So there's the bullet, by the way. So do you see this little spot right here? So they're saying that's the bullet.
Can you increase it, Jimmy? Can you increase the slide so everybody can see it a little bit more? Is that possible?
Let me see.
And move it over a little. That might help people see it.
So you see this little white spot right here?
Yeah.
They're saying that's the bullet. And it comes and hits him that way. And it's that guy with that gun camera that's doing this. Let's watch. So there's the bullet.
He really like all of a sudden drops his arm and walks away casually. He's not running. He's not afraid.
I wish I hadn't put this stupid music behind it too and just left it so I
Yeah.
could see it without the
Without the
'cause
stupid music.
Every single one we watched, it was the exact same. Oh, it looks like he's walking away and he's not shocked. Every single one looks the same. Is this like when they do a firing squad and somebody has a bullet that doesn't work and they don't know? Is it
Right?
like that?
Is it that? But so let's.
They're conscious that look, you were meant to see this public execution. You were meant to see
Oh,
it.
definitely. Oh,
so
this
there's
was
no way they didn't plan ahead to have at least 3 or 4 valid possibilities to your eye.
That's right.
Of who might have done it. And my question is, I know it ain't the story they told me because I don't believe he had a miracle neck. That's the official science.
Yeah.
So
And Candace
this
Owens
was planned for you to see this, and every new possibility go, oh, maybe it was this one, but it's always a hall of mirrors. You never get the right answer. Why is it like that? And why can't we see the autopsy? And why can't we this and that? You know?
Yes. Why can't
That's
we?
the really thing to focus on, because this is compelling is like the other two that I thought
Yes.
were compelling.
Yes. And so this was a professional hit. There's no doubt about that. And the proof of that is that guy Zinn was the decoy. He starts screaming, "I did it." He drops his pants. Did you know that he dropped his pants? Did you hear that?
Yes, he also told the police he had child pornography, so that he couldn't be released
question
or something. On purpose, he did that.
Yeah.
And then there's recordings of him saying how he gets deployed to stuff all the time.
Yes. So that guy who looked like a Bernie Sanders if he owned a liquor store was screaming, "I shot him," and he drops his pants. He was the distraction. And then he gets arrested because there's a CP child porn on his phone, And of course, we know what happens. And he's Jewish, so we know what happens to people aligned with Israel who get charged with child porn. As soon as they get out on bail, they go to Israel and they're never touched again.
I think they have to give you a free trip to Israel if you're caught with it and you declare. Well, he said he did. I don't know that he did, but very oddly, he said to the cops, "Oh, I should tell you there's CP in my phone."
Yeah.
That's a very strange thing. Every part of that is so strange.
So just for the editors, I need you to blur out Charlie Kirk's face and head on this. Otherwise, they'll demonetize it. So
no, that doesn't make it suspicious either, does it?
Yeah. Turn down the stupid music. So there's the. Yeah, you tell me that's not suspicious. So it is. So again, here's another theory, and it just as Kurt said, I bet they want us to have all these different theories. So it looks like nobody knows what they're talking about. Everybody's got crazy theories, but
Just trust the science.
What's that?
Just trust the science and stop with your crazy malinformation.
Trust the science.
Yeah, it was a miracle. Trust the science that told you his neck is a miracle that can stop 30-06 boar hunting ammunition.
Yeah, there's no way the official story is true. There's no way that a bone in his neck stopped a 30-06 round. There's no way that happened. No way. Go on YouTube, go on Rumble, go anywhere and look up 30-06 and what it does to stuff. That's not what happened. And what? And they're not going to where's the coroner? Who's the guy who did the autopsy? How come he's not at a press conference? So the more people you're not allowed to ask questions about that's just like with Seth Rich. You weren't allowed to ask a question about it. And then it comes out, you were called a conspiracy theorist, a crazy, which is what they called me in the Washington Post. And then it comes, of course, 6 years later, the court orders the FBI to release his computer. And the FBI says, we're not going to release his computer for 65 years. Oh, really? Seth Rich's computer. So again, this whole thing about if you're not allowed to ask questions, there's some effort, there's some fuckery happening. Just you weren't allowed to ask about 9/11 and Building 7. You're not allowed to ask about COVID or the virus. You're not allowed to ask about anything. So now you're not allowed to ask. Why can't I ask? Where's the coroner? How come we're not allowed to ask him questions? Where's those security guys? Where's that guy with that camera? Where's the guy? Where's all these guys?
They haven't even buried him yet, Jimmy, and already you're asking questions.
Yeah.
That's a moronic thing I've heard people say repeatedly.
Oh, my God.
You got to be a Zionist moron.
So there it is. So
I think that would work as an excuse.
Yeah. All right. And if you want to hear my jokes about this, come see me in Hermosa Beach, Sacramento, San Francisco.
No thanks. I've seen your stand-up, and it was not very good. So, what do you guys think about the palm gun theory?
Watch what they're saying here. So definitely, if because of the way his
Okay, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to look at this footage, this graphic footage here on my screen recorded. I'm going to actually put a Post-it note over the screen of Charlie Kirk's neck because I don't like looking at that. And I'm going to see if I can see if it looks as if the bullet's coming from the direction of the camera behind him, like Bryn so adamantly believes. This Post-it, you can see through it. So that doesn't help me. I need to put something over because I don't want to look at that. All right. I'm just holding something above it.
How's it not coming in violence?
Yeah, I can't see. It's just too close up. Okay, who's Dan Flood? Okay, would he be the one in the sunglasses inside the tent behind him? Let me see if he let me Google him and see if he comes up. I'm actually working on a video where I'm actually examining Dan Flood right before the shooting, because I found some footage that I haven't seen anywhere else. Okay. Okay, let me go to my video. At 4:17. Okay, I'm looking at 4:17. And all I'm seeing is a fragment. I think it's of the mic, whatever that dot is on his shirt, above the F and the R. on the text of his t-shirt. Then I see the wound in the neck. So what about it? How do I know though that that came from the camera above his head? I do believe that it came from behind or at least from the side, but not necessarily from the camera the way that you do. I'm saying, can you find footage of a shot above where it shows the camera at the same time of the shooting? Okay, hang on. All right. Okay, there we go. That's at the 417 mark. See, it's so blurry too. Okay. Okay, I see that. Can see the red on the inside the shirt. Okay. What are you saying, that that's blood? The exit hole on the shirt? So wait, are you saying that the entry wound is the neck and then it exited through the shirt? Okay. But wouldn't it come through the shirt? Because the fabric is not broken. Charlie's neck. Is that a better shot? Okay. I don't want to get a strike by playing this or may have been blood splatter, but blood stains fabric and doesn't move from location to location. If anything, it may splatter onto more and more spots as blood does, but obviously doesn't just vanish. And it almost looks as if it moves from Charlie's shirt onto his neck, where the exit wound would be. So this is very odd. Can anyone explain what this was? Let us know in the comment section if anyone has any idea what this may be. So are you saying you think he got under the shirt here where it's red? You're saying underneath that is the exit wound. But the exit wound is above that, the neck. Yeah, that's how I am too. Are you both have exits? You're not implying that there were two bullets, are you? I don't understand how one bullet can have two exits. If you're referring to this video, this is the one I made on my channel. If you want to check it out, I made it like a week and a half ago. And I'm putting together a new one now. Probably be up tomorrow or Tuesday. Do I look like I'm trying to troll you? I don't understand how one bullet can exit twice. I don't know. If that was the case, then I don't understand what this would be on his neck. Right here. If the entry wound came in through the back, and then this above the O is the exit. Well, I guess I'm just not understanding what it is you're saying. You're saying one alignment, two exits. I don't understand how that happens. What's everyone else think? Are you in agreement with them? I don't understand this, how there can be one alignment and two exits. Exit on the neck and then an exit. But how can it would, if there's a second exit, it would have to have a second entry. Are you saying it went in through the back, came out through the neck, fell down under his shirt and went back in and then came back out? Because this is what I don't understand. How can he have one entry wound in the back, come through the neck for your first exit, and then go down for a second? If it was to come out of the neck for the first exit and then drop down, it can't exit if it didn't go back in. Now, I guess it's possible if it comes out through the neck, it can drop down and it can, I guess, possibly puncture the skin. But in order to be a second exit, there would have to be a second entry. Well, anyways, Bryn's original point was that he had proof that the bullet actually came from that camera above Charlie, the one they quickly uninstalled right after the shooting. So how can I know that the bullet came from that camera by this footage? I'm not trying to be silly about anything. I know that if there are 2 exit wounds, would there not have to be 2 entry wounds? Unless you're saying that after it exited, it came down and inflicted a second wound. And what we're seeing is that second wound above the O. That would make more sense than saying that it's an actual exit wound. Because if there's a second exit, there has to be a second entry. Right? Okay, if you say one flesh exit, okay, so the flesh exit is in the neck. Now you're saying one t-shirt exit. Well, if it's a t-shirt exit, it should poke through the fabric. Let's see if it does that, which I don't think it does. It would fly through the fabric if that's an exit. So this is very odd. Can anyone explain what this was? Let us know in the comment section if anyone has any idea what this may be. I'm not seeing it poking through the fabric. Are you saying that after the bullet exited the neck, that it dipped down and punctured and made a second mark, which is what we are seeing? That could make a little bit of sense. Right. Okay. So this is before. But I still, what I just said makes more sense. That if it exited through the neck and dipped down, that it could be a puncture mark. But making a second, a puncture isn't an exit. Unless you're just saying that it punctured and then just dropped down. Because if you had a second exit, you would have to have a second entry, correct? That doesn't make sense. To have a second exit, but not a second entry. So you have one entry and then 2 exits? But either way, but how does that prove that it actually came from the camera in the tent? Do I know what alignment means? Yeah, I know what alignment means, but how do I know that that came from the camera? Alignment, to line up. No, I'm not sounding confused about what alignment means. I'm sounding confused about believing that it came from the video camera. In spite of it's hard to see the alignment. And let me clarify, Bryn. So you do believe that he was actually shot and killed? You don't believe that was staged? Okay, so you don't think this is staged at all. You think he's absolutely shot and you think he's killed. So you don't think that it's funny how the pavement was spotless after they said he was bleeding everywhere? When they're carrying him to the SUV and there's no blood anywhere, except you can see it. It looks like some on his shirt. So, Bryn, what do you think about that? So you believe his security team were doing everything right on that video that I just showed, how they were talking about where's the blood and why do they look so nonchalant and laid back, like no one's yelling, no one even looks concerned. Everyone just looks. I'll pull it back up. Right here.
So in Ford, this hand comes up. It's this guy. One other guy. Let's look at it. Right hand.
Special Forces medic, some of the highest trained trauma medicine.
By the way, the guy talking right now is a former Green Beret, and he spent 10 years.
And this was it had tens of thousands of, I forget where it was, tens of thousands of votes. Who believes the official narrative? And it was like 88% of average Americans don't believe it. I can't point to a single person I know that is just like, yep, FBI story, that checks out. I wanted to debunk some of the 30-06 sort of people have been trying to say, well, maybe it was a soft tip round, or these guys have no idea.
Yeah, what about adrenaline? I mean, I know even a wimpy guy, their buddy gets blasted like this. They'd have shoulders flared out. They'd be shaking. You'd see really serious faces, teeth bared. I mean, I know what people look like under a car wreck or anything, but people are like, I don't see the battlefield, like this thing. I don't see any of this.
Well, I could tell you, I mean, having treated real casualties, you watch guys, even guys super experienced, like any Green Beret is insanely highly qualified in trauma medicine, right? And anytime I've done it, my hands are like this, Alex. And I mean, that's somebody that's actually done it shaky. My adrenaline's through the roof because
you're empathizing with somebody blown in half.
Well, and I don't have a lot of time to save this person's life, right? I don't have time to mess around and be handing shit off and just willy-nilly whatever I'm doing. Like, I would immediately have both my hands inside Charlie's neck, both my thumbs, identify where this last.
So you think these guys try to do everything for him? You don't think these guys were I don't know if they simply don't care, if they're want Charlie to die, or like I said, everything is just staged. Right. Exactly. The way they clean that crime scene up so quickly, and there's no blood on their hands. That's the thing. How do you explain that, Bren? Where is the blood? Right. Well, on part of it, I mean, one of his arms, maybe. Hold on. Yeah, you can see their hands.
Laceration is in the carotid. My thumbs are on it, and I would be screaming.
See? Look at his hands. Those are his bare hands, no gloves or anything. Not a drop of blood. And that's why I was starting to believe the possibility that was a squib with a blood packet that went off. It's going to go in one area. And of course, that's going to drip down, like you just said, all over like one shoulder and one arm. But if somebody is really bleeding, it's going to go everywhere, exactly like what they're talking about. Blood goes everywhere. It doesn't just stay on one side. If you get shot in an artery on the neck.
Into the entire thing by showing
from right behind Charlie Kirk. And now I want to know
that TPUSA could put an end to 3 other people in the you've dealt with an
they don't, the way they run around like they have something planned, but it's nothing they've ever seen. They don't know the hand signs. They're picking things up. And they said that what they see is premeditation, but they don't know what it is. And now this no blood thing and the looks on their faces like they're taking a Sunday walk. This is weird.
So again, I want to make it clear. For most of the viewers out there have not treated a human being that's been shot. Okay. Those of us that have know blood is everywhere.
Yes. Blood is everywhere. I just told you. I didn't say there's no blood on Charlie at all. I just said, see, that doesn't change what I just said. That if there was a squib and a blood packet, that would go off on one side. But what I'm saying is if it was a real wound in the artery in the neck, it would go everywhere. That's the point. It would go to his other side. It would go to his other arm. It would be all over them, the people that are down there touching him. How are they touching him and there's no blood? That's what I'm getting at. And that's what these people are saying.
A human being that's been shot. Okay. Those of us that have know blood is everywhere, Alex.
Blood is everywhere. So I didn't say there's no sign of blood on Charlie at all. I'm saying it's only on like one side. And that's why I started to believe the whole blood squib theory. That's why when they were carrying him, there's still no blood on them. All you do is have some blood on the t-shirt, but there's no dripping blood. And there's no blood on any of them. They are spotless. So even if his heart was destroyed, this is the artery in the neck. Yeah, and that is another thing. Why are they concealing the autopsy? And why they cover up the scene so quickly? See, that's what raises so much suspicion. Yeah, but it's a crime scene. They don't worry about, well, we don't want people to look at this, so we're going to pave over. They don't care about that. Like law enforcement. Right. And so you think this is a psyop. So do you think it was an inside job and that he did in fact get killed? Or do you think it was a production and it was staged and the shooting itself was fake? Right? Because it didn't look like there was a mess on those guys, did it? There was a mess on the table. There was a puddle, one puddle of blood on the table, and that was it. Well, I don't know. I'm asking questions. You're not really answering me. So I'm not sure. I'm asking questions. I told you I'm open. And I'm not saying that I have it all right. That's why I did this live stream to talk about it. But I'm saying the things that you're telling me are not making sense in my mind. Yeah. So it's not that I'm over here. I'm not even really arguing with you. I'm just not understanding what you're saying, because from what you're telling me, you said there's 2 exit wounds, but I don't know how it's possible to have a second exit wound without a second entry. So you're saying 1 entry through the back and then 2 exit wounds. But this is what it's not computing in my brain. If it comes through the back, there's your entry wound right here in the back. Then the exit through the neck. And then you're saying it exited under the shirt. But in order to have a second exit, it would have to also have a second entry. And I don't understand how it's possible to have 1 entry but 2 exits. I did say, and you said no. Maybe the exit wound and then dipped down and had a second puncture mark under the shirt. I said that was possible, or at least in my mind. And you said, no, that's not what you're saying. Okay. Right. You said that. Okay. So you're saying 1 entry wound, 1 exit wound, and then a second exit hole. So is that what you're saying? Okay, Guy, I'm just. This is not the best form of communication. I mean, I'm trying to understand you as best I can. So you don't need to get frustrated with me. Like, I'm not gaslighting you. Oh, okay. So I agree that I agree with that. Okay, you said 1 t-shirt exit. But the bullet didn't come through the t-shirt. You said the blood under the t-shirt, so that would have hit the skin. So when it hit the skin, it didn't. There was no second exit hole. An exit is something that leaves. It didn't. The bullet didn't leave a second time. Otherwise, it would have poked through the t-shirt, correct? Okay, so where's the second hole? Where? Or no, he did say 2 exit holes. So exit wound, exit hole, that's basically, I don't know how that's different, but whatever. I'm saying where was the second exit hole? I see the potential, like I said, for it to exit the neck, drop down and hit the chest, to have another puncture. Right. That's what I'm saying. I don't see a second hole, but he is determined to tell me that it's a fact. There's a second hole. That's what I'm not understanding. And he's getting all pissy with me now because he's telling me, "Oh, I'm trying to save you from being an idiot, but you just don't understand." You're right, I don't understand. Where is this? I don't see a second hole or a second. I don't see a second exit hole. I don't see a second exit wound. And you're not doing a good job of articulating it. You just keep saying the same thing over and over. Right, and he's acting as if he has some special inside information that nobody else has. Because earlier he was saying, everyone's stealing what I'm saying and using it for their own content. Yeah, tomorrow my video is going to be, hey guys, there's 2 exit wounds, or 2 exit holes. Sorry there, don't want to misquote you. Hey guys, there's 2 exit holes. I can't show you where the second exit hole is, but trust me, it's there. And I came up with this all by myself. I didn't steal it from Bryn. And I am not disputing that. And I tried to articulate that with him. But all he did was continue to act like you're not understanding, you're being difficult, or you're an idiot, or whatever. So I don't know. I tried to understand what he was saying. It did appear as if there was some blood under the collar of his shirt. I agreed with that. But he was saying that's an exit hole or an exit wound or whatever. And I'm saying if there's a second exit hole, there has to be a second entry. And he's saying, no, it exited through the t-shirt. If it exited through the t-shirt, where's the hole in the t-shirt? There's no hole in the t-shirt. At least not that I saw. I just see a little bit of, it looks like there's a little bit of blood soaking into the fabric. And I still don't know what that has to do. I don't know what that means either. One alignment. I've heard you say one alignment. See, that's the thing. You're speaking so. I need you to articulate this better. If you want me to understand, you need to articulate it. You keep saying the same thing. One alignment, one alignment, one alignment. I get it. You asked me if I know what alignment means. I know what alignment means, but I don't see how that proves that it came from the video camera. And this is the thing. I never even said that you're factually wrong. I said I'm not seeing it. I'm trying to find the truth. Okay, well, if it did put a hole through the shirt and jump out through the shirt, I didn't see it. I'm not seeing that. Captain, I didn't. I want to see that. Can you tell me what video? I want to look at that. See, I can play that on here and not worry about getting in trouble with YouTube. Can you tell me where I can find that? I'll pull it up right now. See that you're saying in this case the bleeding started at their penetration. Well, wouldn't bleeding always start at their penetration? Why would you bleed before you're penetrated? See, that's what I'm getting at. I think our brain processes information differently. Because this is making total sense to you, but it's not making sense to me. So that's why I'm asking you to, if you can explain it in a different way. But you seem like you're getting very agitated with me, which in turn agitates me. So we're just butting heads here. And then present this information and see if what they think. Okay, but and maybe that's possible, but he said it was an exit hole. So an exit means it leaves. So if it's going to do that, it would have to be big enough to go through. Like I said, what made more sense to me was when it came out of the neck that it dipped down and punctured the skin and possibly punctured the shirt as well. And that's the gist of all of this. Is Kirk, Kirk, are you still there? Do you have this video? Because I want to see this. Because this is going to help a lot. Yeah, that's another. Yeah, we don't need to keep going back and forth about that, anyways. You know, we can stick a pin in that and try something else. Wait, it didn't go through. You got to tell me. No links. It won't let links go through. Just tell me. I'll look it right up. I'll have it up in 10 seconds. No, you're wrong. Charlie Kirk's did. Didn't you see the report? He has a neck of steel. Kirk, just tell me the title of the video. I'm going to look it up right now. Yep. Which is likely what would happen if it was the caliber rifle they first reported. Okay, Mr. Let Go channel. Are you the one from earlier? Yeah, I had it written down and I forgot to go back after. Okay. Let me see if I can track that real quick. You said that's a live stream tonight? All right. Okay, is it the Charlie Kirk plot gets worse? So you believe the theory that his mic exploded? Okay, and you think that it's a blood squib? Okay, is this the right one, Kirk?
Man that was standing in front of Charlie Kirk is practicing being outraged at seeing Charlie Kirk get shot or assassinated or whatever before he even arrives at the event.
Wow. See, this is why I question if this thing was real or not. What do you think about that, Bryn? I don't think any event. Wait, it was real? You think he was shot and killed for real and he was in on it? Like he sacrificed his life? Now, I agree it wasn't shot from a rifle. Or at least not Tyler Robinson's rifle.
I'm going to give you some credit. Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years? Counting or not?
Is he going to blur this out? I don't want... Kurt, do you know if this is blurred out? Oh, okay. So you're... Okay, you didn't mean Charlie was in on it. Hang on, let me see if I can look it over, hover over and see. I gotta take it off. I gotta double check this before I play it. All right, hang on. Let me check it. Okay. Yep, they didn't even show it at all. Okay, they skipped it. All right.
In America over the last 10 years, counting or not counting gang violence?
I'm going to play this one more time for y'all because this has been wrecking my brain. Why was this young man practicing reacting to something that didn't happen yet? If this is what I think it is, this whole thing is what we think it is. But how and why? Why? So I'm going to play it again. Why? Can anybody in the chat explain to me what is happening here? This man is practicing.
This guy sounds like me on this live stream.
For a role. But why? I want to know why also. So y'all let me know what y'all see. And as y'all come on in, make sure to hit the thumbs up button. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button. Hit the thumbs up button and drop your city in the
Yeah, and that goes for you guys too. Hit that like button.
Chat, let me know where you at. And shout out to the replay gang, to the people who are going to be watching this in replay mode. Shout out to y'all. Drop your city in the comments when y'all watch this on replay. So drop your city in the chat and hit the thumbs up button. So can anybody explain to me why this young man that was standing in front of Charlie Kirk?
It's not possible that this was after the event, correct? It just want to make sure, because I like to examine all possibilities before I arrive at a conclusion.
Is practicing being outraged at seeing Charlie Kirk get shot or assassinated.
It really does look like it is before.
Or whatever. Before he even arrives at the event. So I want to show y'all proof that this is before Charlie Kirk arrives. So he's near the parking lot. So as you can see behind him, disregard the arrow, you see the SUVs, right? That is the parking lot. So in a few minutes, Charlie Kirk is going to walk into the the area from the parking lot. So it's like he's standing there practicing before he goes on stage. And I go on stages on a normal basis, and we do practice what we're going to say and what we're going to do before we go out on stage. So I don't know what's happening right here, and I do not want to go against YouTube's terms and conditions, because for those who don't know, one of my videos got taken down by YouTube because they said that I said, which I didn't, that you can't take away a person. Look at the parking lot. The guy in the video come around the corner. To me, why this young man that was standing in front of Charlie Kirk shot or the event, and now he's on stage, and this is his big opportunity to do this. To the new people who just came in, make sure to hit the thumbs up button. To the new people who just came in, make sure to hit the thumbs up button. We are breaking this case wide open.
You know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Counting or not counting gang violence?
There it is.
Okay. Yeah. So you are debunking the hologram theory, which I don't agree with that either. I can't think of another event in my lifetime where everyone has such different opinions. I know, and there were a lot of opinions on the 911, the Twin Towers. I think there's even more differences about this. Yeah, that is possible. You know what? I think it is either this or this. I think it's one of those two. Inside assassination, or it was staged with a blood squib. The other thing you gotta look at is Erica Kirk and the way that she just doesn't seem. See, that's the other side of the coin. She's not acting like a grieving widow. Grew up with comic book movies. Are you talking about me? I actually don't watch many comic book movies. I actually don't like a lot of action movies. I like horror movies and thrillers, mysteries. But most action movies are dumb to me. Now, if you have an action movie and it has an actual interesting plot, then I'll like that. But not many of them do. Captain Kirk, I don't know if that's a Star Trek reference, but I've never even watched a Star Trek movie. I've never watched a Star Wars movie. Like, I'm not interested in most action. So I did like the Dark Knight trilogy a lot. I thought that was masterfully done. With the exception, there were some questionable choices made in the Dark Knight Rises. But I give Nolan credit for doing a good job considering Heath Ledger passed away and they had to completely scrap their original plan and come up with an alternate movie. Yeah, that's true too. But it did appear like something was under his shirt. I was just waiting for the little tube to poke out and then like blood, and then to see the guy in the back pumping. I probably shouldn't laugh at that. Yep. Okay, so you definitely believe that the shooting was real, 100% authentic, and that it was an inside job. That could be too. Okay, that's a movie video you want me to check out real quick? Okay, real quick, I can check that out. Captain Kirk, if you think that it's real, why was there no blood when the so-called security team were trying to deal with them? There was not a drop of blood anywhere on them. Like I was playing the video where they were saying, if you've ever dealt with a gunshot wound, there's blood everywhere. Those guys were all touching Charlie, but none of them had a single drop of blood anywhere on them. And when they took him, you know what? Let's just go real quick. Let's come over here. I don't know where it is. I've looked at so many videos. I don't know the I've got it saved somewhere, but I need to be able to present it on here. Just how clean the pavement was as they're carrying his body to the SUV. So Kirk, why is that? No, not a drop of blood on any of the security team. And there's no blood when they're carrying his body to the SUV. If he was genuinely shot, and I'm not saying that he was or wasn't. Okay, so you're saying they're not, but they were carrying him. Why was there no blood anywhere? Pavement is completely clean. Yeah, I'm not seeing any. I would have to sit here and look through a bunch of videos to find it. But anyways, I'm sure you guys have seen it. Okay, what was the other thing we're about to look at? Oh, okay. What's the rest of it? No bleeding prosthetics are created for movies. Is this the one that was on the call for an uprising video?
3, 2, 1.
Yeah, I've seen this.
Which coincides with a person's heartbeat. The color and type of fake blood is also key. Arterial blood is fresher and more oxygenated than the blood in your veins, so this scene calls for a more vibrant light red.
A lot of times what we look for in the color of blood is like that orangey, yellowy hue.
For an older or partly dried wound, they'd use this brownish red gel, which has a thicker texture to emulate scabbing. But for fresh injuries like this one, the most convincing fake typically contains compounds called opacifiers, which make it opaque so it looks better on screen.
Because anybody who's ever seen a really cheesy horror movie will see that clear, like fruit punch colored looking blood that is dripping off the end of a machete or something, which looks like absolute trash.
While some wounds have a more focused source of blood, in other injuries, you'd want to see the entire length of the wound bleeding, like a throat slit or a slash to the abdomen.
So basically on this one, we're going to try to get like a nice curtain of blood instead of just one, centralized location. I'm just cutting little slits in the tube.
This will create the more horizontal flow you see here in the test run they're doing with water. The prosthetic can then be glued onto the actor's body and blended in. To get a slow, continuous curtain of blood seeping out of an abdomen slash, they went with a simple 60 milliliter syringe.
Put the tube on the end of this, fill it up with blood, and you can just let it bleed slowly.
The team also had to adjust the type of fake blood for this injury, opting for one with ingredients called surfactants, which prevent it from beading over a rubber surface like the prosthetic.
Real blood doesn't do that. It smears, it leaves trails without any beadings.
What about when you don't want a continuous flow of blood, just one dramatic burst? These air hits are something you might see in a samurai film or a Quentin Tarantino fight scene. For this effect, Brett and Greg went with what they call a pressure popper.
This flat piece goes up against the wardrobe, and then the tubing runs, down the wardrobe, down the leg, down whatever it is.
This air chamber releases all the air through a quick release valve, which, if they set the pressure high enough,
it'll just vaporize the blood.
It took a couple of test runs to get the effect as dramatic as we wanted.
All right, so we'll do more pressure, but
maybe 40?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1.
The key was using a lot of blood. For the full effect, though, you'd need to see this in slow-mo. These decisions are affected by the style of the edit, too. If they know a hit will only be shown with a quick reveal, like in a fast-cutting action sequence, Greg and Brett will lean towards going bigger with the effect.
If you do something more on the subtle
Can't look it up on YouTube, have to be BitChute. Let's see. Actually, I think I can pull up BitChute on here. Let me see. Okay, what's it called? I Pet Charlie. I Pet Charlie 2. Okay, there's one called the Charlie Kirk Show. Oh my goodness, that's all he had.
They call post production or after the fact, as the event also used practical effects to create the illusion that he was shot. And this would include the use of squibs or exploding blood packets to sell the idea that Charlie Kirk was in fact shot. Now, I want to show you this rather quick clip of an effects artist explaining how they create gunshots that are used in movies, or in this case, the Charlie Kirk psyops shooting.
Wrong, but what we don't want to have happen is that awful moment, and I wish I could say it's never happened, where you're on set and you start pumping blood and you look at the actor and nothing's coming out of his neck, but there's a giant red pile going on the back of his body. You know? What I'm doing with purging the line is making sure that the blood is traveling down the line and that there's pressure in the thing. So I don't know if you can see here. You got it? So this is the bit where I'm going to cut the appliance. Oh. So I'm going to start to cut. This is where I had that situation where I had an extra freak out on set. This is always I think, a very nerve-wracking piece because you don't exactly know for sure that you are in the right place, and also, you know, you are using a pair of live scissors on next to an actor, and the whole crew are watching sometimes, and you're a little bit nervous. And just get you to turn a little bit towards the mic. There you go. These are a very, very fine pointed scissor. They snip through foam really, really well. And also they've got a lot of control over the blade. There we go. It's a little bit lower than I wanted to be, but that's actually not a bad thing. Regarding the pale color of the foam on the inside, some people like to paint that red. I don't. Your flesh is naturally white inside. I'll bring you back to this position. And I kind of like the white because it's going to go red very, very quickly. And I like that. I really do. I like this. Now, Mike, you drop your head down. Just relax. See, it's almost like I can finger the wound back in. It's almost like it's undetectable.
3, 2, 1.
Creating this hit took an air pressurizer, a gnarly prosthetic, and a special blood formula.
So what are you saying? If we haven't been in real war, then we can't tell what's real and what's fake? I'm guessing you have been in war, so you know what's real. And I guess you're insinuating that the Charlie Kirk shooting looked absolutely real to you? That's not that far-fetched. Doctors, what doctors, plural, are lying? All we get is media saying, well, the doctor at the hospital said that. Here's another thing. Why is there not a single, there's no footage from him at the hospital? You're telling me he was rolled in on a gurney or whatever, and no one shot any footage from their cell phone? And none of the security team, no one had any type of footage from the hospital at all. So the media is saying what the coroner said and the doctor said. How do we know they said that? And I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying that it's not far-fetched because the media does lie so much. Yeah, it's not like we've seen like multiple doctors talking, a coroner talking, the funeral directors talking. And then they had to show Erica Kirk crying at her husband's casket. And Erica Kirk's acting. She's not been acting. She has not acted like a grieving widow. I think most people who were close to their spouse would just be a mess 48 hours after their spouse was assassinated. And I would think that the media wouldn't even think about pressing them to try to make a statement and have a conference, let alone a string of them. She did the conference in Charlie's office. Then she did the funeral casket, and they're shoving the camera in her face. And then the funeral, and then the Charlie Kirk podcast. I'm sorry. And she was not acting like someone who was really upset. You would be crying uncontrollably. I mean, you could be right, but you could be wrong. I don't know. I could be wrong too. So, what is it like? Why are you so confident in what you believe? And I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying, how can we believe that you're right? Like, what gives you that expertise? You said we haven't seen war. Are you a former soldier who's been in war? I mean, you don't have to go into all the details, but if you're not comfortable. Right, exactly. This is so silly. He had a neck of steel. Kirk, do you know how silly that sounds? How many soldiers did you meet with a neck of steel that could absorb what's that? I'm not familiar with guns and bullets and all that. They said a 30-60, and they were showing on videos where it exploded through items from long distances away. So are you buying that narrative? How many soldiers have you known who have necks of steel to stop bullets like that? Okay, Bryn, are you a physics major or something? Did you study physics closely in high school or college? Is your profession related in physics in any way? And I'm not being facetious. I'm being serious. Because I'm trying to figure out what people's expertise are to arrive at the conclusions they have. Is for me, I'm just inquiring. I'm just skeptical and I'm inquiring. Well, that's what I thought at first. I thought that it did look fake. I thought it looked like a movie sequence. All right. Sometimes this info, they don't replay the chat on some live streams. I'm not sure why, but sometimes they don't. So just to let you know, I am planning to upload a new video tomorrow or Tuesday. So check that out. I mean, that could be true. Was there anything else I was supposed to look at? Who are you talking about? Tyler Robinson? Not let an innocent man die? You really think, how do we know that's even true though? You know how deep this stuff goes? We don't even know for a fact that he's going to be punished. And it seems like you're also assuming that Charlie is exactly who he portrays himself to be. You don't believe in the it's not about him disappearing. It's about ushering in things that they're trying to usher in right now. That's the point. Brent, you're not talking to me, are you? I'm assuming that's not to me. Who are you directing that question to? Because I know that's not directed to me. But the assassination is what's ushering everything in. That's the point. This is a tip of the iceberg. You think this is the end? It's a lot bigger. Yeah, I don't think you understand the agenda here. I think you're thinking this is just some isolated event. I guess Captain Kirk is annoyed with me at this point and thinks I'm crazy. I guess they really believe that Tyler Robinson pulled this off or whatever. I don't know. I don't have all the answers, but I know that there's a lot of BS from the media about everything. Anyone else have any questions or comments as I wrap this up? We're going on 4 a.m. here in the US. I wanted to try to work on this video that I'm working on. Maybe I can get it up today. Might be Tuesday. All right, well, it slowed down in here, and I'm about to get to work on the video. See you guys later. Have a good night.